Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I've been flat out this week being sick and then separately working on a little contract job that I've had to take on. Just trying to sort of scramble to pull as much funding for myself together so that I can experiment and explore and work on some other things later in the year. As I don't have no assurances, so you gotta keep on your toes. So taking the opportunities while I can, and then hopefully that'll pay off a bit later. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. And on Twitch and on YouTube, welcome. Hey, Ukanu Namoro, welcome. Want to say a big welcome and thank you to the most recent follower. That's Somi Bantan, and most recent subscriber, Kratesh Fakir. Okay, now I've just sat down. Have I messed with sprite stacking? Nope. I haven't really done any of that before. Oh, a little bit once, but it wasn't a major exploration. It was like a very minor experiment for a mini game that I was making for my game. All right, so yeah, today Insignia, we do have a full stream ahead of us today. Tomorrow though, maybe a shorter one because there is a game there is a game convention / conference starting Saturday, but there are events that kick off Friday. So I want to be kind of prepared for those and just have my wits about me, so that I know, so that I can be present. I've been super scatterbrained this week. It's been, the amount of context switching I've had to do this week is not sustainable. So I think today I kind of want to just ground a little bit and be thinking about, well, we've got some responsibilities for Insignia that I need to prioritize, and then we can think about other things. So maybe I'll just write those down first. Okay, first of all, we have merch to launch. That's happening momentarily. I'll launch the page. Secondly, we have production for music. Adam, homework, review, time lengths for tracks. We also have production for animation. And I was supposed to be updating and then we've also got deflect, rattle for Armin, which I have to scope or like assign. What else? I think that's all I have to do for like obligations for today. Okay. Well, we also have meetings, so let's queue those up. It is not Monday. It is Thursday, and it is 1:22. To puts us here. So let's take each of these things. Chuck them in here. And let's look at our meeting schedule for today. Don't have sound effects review today. We have animation team review at 2 and music review at 4. Okay, which means that this, if I want to do it today, needs to happen now, but I don't think I'll need to do it today. So I think we'll make it a task that we can put in the production backlog. What else? Music. That I do want to do today if I can. This is also a backlog. Which means this can happen now. Hey, Bear Devs. Which means this needs to happen maybe at 3:30. Oh. Man. I got up today at like 8:30. I sat down at the computer to join a meeting, and then I got up from the vortex of work that ensued from that at like 12:30. And then I was like not even aware of how tired I was. I like felt fine, and now I'm realizing like my whole body's been running on adrenaline for the past 4 hours. So try to keep it chill. Do you have any tips for getting the ball rolling on a new animation that feels overwhelming? Yeah. Do you have a keyframe? Do you have like a still image for what you want it to look like? If so, from there, what I like to do is I use my like joint method. So I'll do a whole loop of the animation of just the head, but like not the whole head, just like a pixel ball, like a 4x4 or like a 6x6 circle that's moving that represents the center of the head, for example. And I'll do the whole animation just like that. And then I'll do the other limbs additively relative to the head until it's all blocked out, and then I'll draw it. Okay. So I guess we go straight to merch. Is that what we're up to? Okay, it's live. That was a single click. I wonder if I can give this a proper address though. Can I change the address? Oh, I can change it. Hang on. Oh, sweet. I can make it up on dash hill dash shop. It should just be up on dash hill, right? Not even dot shop. Oh, it's already. Whoops. That takes like an hour to update that. Okay. Well, at least we know it works. Maybe we can update it later. So, 3, 2, 1. We're live. It's merch. Congratulations. Hey. Let's post it on Discord. Let's go post it everywhere. I can type this here. All right. Thank you very much. I might do some very quick. If, for those of you who have feedback, or I should mention, there we go. Okay. Did you give up on sprite stacking because of murky results? No, it was just something that I didn't super need. Did I double post? Oh, I did. How did that work? Oh, I've got this and then I've got this separately. Whoops. Sorry, everyone. Okay, falling up. Thank you so much. No, I have to buy the entire store. You don't have to do that. Don't feel any obligation. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that was a thing you could do. How did you do that? Did I do that? Did I set that up? Thank you, Swizz. Yo, I should wear the merch. I'll be right back. Actually, do I have one sec? I'll be right back. I'm back. Check it out. We insigniaing. Is that going all green? What's happening there? Let's have a look. The green screen doesn't like it. Need to know if the hoodies are true to size. I don't. I would say the one that I got was a large, and it was reasonable. It was reasonable. It was a snug large, not like a oversized large for me. It was like the larger side of medium. Yeah, you could size up. You could easily size up. This tee, super comfortable. Yeah, actually. These are really like the tees I'm using comfort colors. The long tee is an AS color long tee. This one, the material is a little bit more like it's got like more of a sheen to it a little bit. It's more of a shirt that you might wear over another shirt. On skin, it's okay, like it's fine. But these ones are like more comfortable tees. Like the t-shirts are pretty exactly what you'd expect. They're not like a weird material or anything. They're just like normal cotton. They feel good. I've got all of them. I've got samples for all of them. I would say my favorite, I really like the long tee. Like you can wear it with jeans, and it just, it's like one step above just wearing a t-shirt, you know. I also think that the hoodie, I don't think, do I have the hoodie with the logo on the back? I have a hoodie, I think. I have to check. The easy picks are the short tee and the long tee. I like them the most. Did I look at embroidery at all? There is embroidery options, but I haven't picked them for any of these garments. I could do posters to this page. Yeah, I don't have any yet, but if you have a request for posters for like a cheaper option, yeah, we could definitely get that happening for sure. Posters. Let me write that down. Yeah. I know that the prices are a little premium on the merch. Unfortunately, I'm not really even taking like a $10 profit margin on any of the garments. So I think that's just unfortunately what the price is to get on-demand shirts delivered like this. That's cheap for a hoodie. Oh, good. Yeah, I think in Australian dollars, it feels a little... You're expecting more? Okay. Oh, well then in that case, I take it all back. Over 50 USD. Okay. Actually, yeah, I did expect the hoodie to be more expensive to get that $10 profit margin. But yeah, I'm a little concerned. I wish this was $10 cheaper. I really like this, but the AS color shirts are just more expensive. It's closer to, it's not as thick as a hoodie, but yeah. Wow. Yeah, and actually it's a good looking hoodie. Let me go get you. I'll show you what it looks like. So this is the hoodie. check it. The material it's good. It's not like too thin, and it's not too thick either. It's definitely snug. Like it will keep you warm. It's not like thin fabric or anything like that. It's probably even like if you wear a shirt under it and it's like warm weather, you'll be too. It's not like one of those hoodies where you just sort of throw it on and it's nothing. Does it fit big, small, or true to size? I would say like this one is like lengthwise pretty, maybe like a little bit smaller than what I would expect for a large. I think, in fact, is this a large? Let me just, I'll double check. I'm pretty sure it is, but lengthwise on the arm, it's perfect. And then in terms of like how it drapes, I would say it's snug. And the hood actually looks better than the preview. The hood fits, it's like quite a large hood. It's not like, in the preview, it's like a really small kind of like boxy hood, but it's actually pretty reasonable. It's good. I really like it. But it's too hot for right now, so I'll take it off. I would say, oh, zip up hoodies. I like those too. I would say if you are interested in the hoodie and you're worried about size, particularly around like the middle, I would go a size up. Because it's probably more snug around the middle than it is like boxy. Well, I hope you guys like it. I put a lot of effort into these. And I got like 3 rounds of proofs. So I hope I get it right. And if not, we will do revisions. Yeah, let's do it. Hang on, let me... Hang on. There we go. Pin that. Cool. Oh, embroidered hat. We could do that. Yeah. We'll do more runs. I'd love to do a pixel art run. So one where we do little characters, maybe on like a pocket or something like that. We could do like Armin on a hat. We could do the Insignia logo on a hat. I don't know about embroidering pixel art. So there will be like other opportunities if this isn't to your taste. Don't feel like this is your only chance. Okay. Alrighty. So let's do what are we doing? We're doing work. Launch merch complete. We got animation review in 13 minutes. Let me open up the project. It's been a little while. What's happening here? Oh. Okay. Yes. And then yes, and then design will keep separate. Though I do want to review the work that's been done there. It's just the slam shell updates. So actually, let's merge that in as well. The modal won't open. You mean in the chat? Okay, one sec. So what are the options? Question, what? Could you type in chat the things, the fields you want, and I'll just paste them in? Or on Discord? Well, when you've got something ready, we'll do it. Okay. So, a few things I could be doing today. We have a meeting for animation in a little bit, which means I probably need to be looking at scene graph for enemy scratchpad, or maybe just going into here. Progress. Wait, is caps and beanies one thing? One sec. Hello. Stickers, bags, mugs, tumblers. I was looking at those. Posters, pins, and badges. That's all one option. I ran out of options. Yeah, it's a good idea. I think pins and badges are good. I don't know what it would take to get them produced, but I'll look into it for sure. Okay. So. What are we looking at? I guess we're looking at ahead of the review today. Oh, that's come up really quick. Wow. Go Luca. Actually works both ways. I probably would have kept the mouth a little more closed, but I think it works on these two frames. This is it's close. Okay, so yeah, cool. Yeah, the spin needed to happen. I got picky about the position of the eyeballs. Either it has two sets of eyeballs or one. If it has two sets of eyes, then it has to rotate as it flips to keep the eyes facing us. Otherwise, if it just flipped, there'd have to be another set of eyes on the back side of the head. So I added the spin. All right, cool. Well, I won't get into that too much because we've got that in a meeting. We'll be reviewing it in a second, so that's all good. And we already have for Armin, we have a deflect that is in the game. This one. That Morgan just finished up on this earlier. So if I export that, that should just auto update perfectly. Sweet. Okay, so now if we go and fight you, oh, that didn't work. Oops. Looks like the positioning ain't right. Oh, see you, Swizz. Let's see what's happened with our links in. Something's gone awry. Everything here looks right. I guess I'll just do that and hope that it works. That's a lot of updates to those animations just now. I'm not getting worked, I'm just out of practice. No. Sweet. All right. Well, that was looking pretty good. Just watching his animations throughout. I don't know about what happened there. Why is that doing that? What is this frame? I have to figure that out. All right. It could be that we just have... Oh, that's no good. Not sure what happened there. All right, let's get ready for animation review. Alrighty, so do. It's time for animation review. Hello.
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 Hey, Luca. How's it going?
Going good. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. How was it for the two of you getting back into the groove?
Not too bad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
good. Yeah, I noticed the Linkson has a bit of an issue. Probably one of the sheets. I think there's like a stance sheet or something. I can't remember what it was called, but
There might be an old animation linked to the, like a sprite that's got a different name that's in the retro box thing. It's all good. I'm not too fussed about it. So, shall we chat about anything specific from this week's work? So, Morgan, you worked on the deflect. Was that this week, or have you got other things to share?
No, I finished Guard 2 this week.
Yep.
Can't remember when. I've just moved on to Rattle now.
Oh, sweet. Awesome. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'd given that to you. I was like, did I?
Yeah, no, you did.
Yeah, sweet. Awesome. All right, no worries.
Actually, I do have a question.
Yeah.
It looks like in the sort of initial, like, I don't know, when he like stumbles away,
Yeah.
it looks like his head should be sort of facing left. Do you have any rules for that? Should I just flip him so it doesn't look weird? Because otherwise his fringe is going to cover his face.
It's a great question. I was thinking that... Where is his head facing? I think originally I was thinking like frame 1, this one here.
Yeah.
That his direction of like looking would be like this, and it doesn't have to be this. Like it could be easier if we just keep it facing right. But I was thinking like he's looking out this way, and then like this way, and then like this way, and then that way, and then that way, that way, that way, that way. So it's kind of like his face like turns. It's like the first hit is him facing away, going like ah, and then he's like regathering and like he's facing the opponent. So as far as like the hair, I would make it so that like we're imagining that his face was facing right on the previous frame when he was attacking the enemy, and now it's facing left. And in that flick, I would make it like that the hair kind of went over, rather than across. So like we still have
Oh
the,
yeah.
like the hair is like confetti, like poof.
Mhm.
But rather than have it like whip across his face, we'll just sort of like have it flop over maybe.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, just as like a secondary motion for that in that turn. I wish I had been more specific. Thank you for holding me accountable there.
No, it's all good.
I would put that part. It feels maybe like the last thing that we would want to validate is like just that head. So if I'm happy for you to do it at your pace and in whichever order you prefer. But let me know like once you've got something, just send it my way and we'll see if the bones of it work.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet.
I do usually start with the head because it's usually the sort of easiest thing to like copy paste, and then I sort of go outwards from there.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
But it can be changed if it needs to be. That's fine.
That's all right. Yeah, as long as you're not feeling like you have to like fully finish the head and the hair and shade it and color it, and then I see it and go, oh no. So don't. As long as we don't have to do that, because I know it takes a bit of time to get right. So cool.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, well, feel free to keep chipping away at that. And Luca, you're working on the slam shell, and I saw your telegraph animation, which I think you very astutely ping-ponged, and I think that actually works really well. I won't have to do a separate reverse telegraph.
Well, I was just doing that to test it out and just to see if it still looked good both ways, even though it wasn't necessarily going to be in reverse.
I think it probably could be, looking at it now.
Yeah.
Like when I watched it, I was like, oh yeah, right. That's probably...
It could work, yeah.
It might work. Like, because that's all I'd be doing really, is I don't know what I would do differently. Maybe I would have some sort of like teeth like unhooking from the ground or something, or some sort of like, maybe it needs to like inhale air from the ground so it can, I don't know. But for now, at least, like MVP, ping-ponging it might be the right way to go. Also, like, you nailed it for sure. It's exactly what I would have wanted. So,
yeah, I was worried that the teeth might be a bit noisy because since he does rotate, it's kind of hard to see where the teeth are going.
Yeah, maybe like on this frame, they could be a little refined towards the edges so that they're not like more like that, if that makes sense, if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
because otherwise, well, I mean, look, it's going to be noisy, but it's only one frame. When things are moving like this, your brain doesn't really have the capacity to count the teeth or to really, pausing on this frame is not something anyone's going to be able to do. So don't feel like you have to get it perfect. Just, it's already good. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Oh, they're very roughly placed at the moment. So yeah, I'll go through and see what I can do to clean it up a bit.
There was something here that I noticed, which was a little awkward for me in terms of like this little like lip thing here. On the next frame, the spike is in the exact same spot, so my brain kind of found that a little bit tough.
Oh yeah,
but at the same time, like maybe we could have it be rotated, like this on this frame or something, so that
so it doesn't look like the same object.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe maybe that's it.
Yeah, that looks good already.
I think that solved it. Yeah, cool. So I'll let you do that. But yeah, it's coming along really, really well. I'm very, very happy with your work.
Yeah, sweet. And I'll merge all those layers. I've just gone overboard with. Yeah, don't worry about that.
It doesn't bother me. I didn't.
Okay.
Well, because someone in chat said holy layers.
Yeah, I'm just like, what is it? Shift N. When you get too precious with stuff. But yeah,
I do it all the time anyway. Look, I know it's totally fine at this rough stage for you to have that many layers. Even like, I would be happy for you to just like, once you're done with them, put them in a folder and just call it like layers, and then just minimize the folder. I don't care if there's like, these files are so small that like having them be non-destructive by, preserving the work in progress layers, that doesn't hurt me at all.
Yeah.
If they're, 50 kilobytes instead of 25, it doesn't bother me.
All right. No worries.
Cool. Okay. Well, if everyone, Luca, I guess you'll finish this, and then on Monday, maybe we'll give you something else to do.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool.
Yeah, can help with whatever. I don't know.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, you two.
All right, thanks, Adam.
Any
Oh,
other?
nice merch, by the way. Yeah, I was
Oh, thank you very
checking
much.
it out. Yeah.
Is
If you
there new
guys want,
merch?
yeah, we just launched merch today. If you're
Ooh.
interested, I might be able to. Maybe I could send you guys something. I think it would be
We
good to
get a
do that.
team discount. That's nice.
Not just discount. I'll send them to you myself. They're not.
Oh, really?
So,
Oh, that's nice of you.
yeah.
I was about to buy one actually, but
Can we get
all
like
right.
staff in big letters?
Maybe. Yeah, I could do a staff one. They do take a little bit of while to do the production, but yeah, we could do that. I want to give you guys a thank you anyway. So
Oh,
cool. Alrighty. Well,
All right.
even if there are no other questions, I'll see you all on Monday.
yeah.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Oh,
Thanks,
I
Adam.
did need to tell you.
Yes.
I do go back to my quote unquote real job
Mm.
next week.
Okay.
So my work might slow down a little bit.
Yep.
But I'll try and balance them.
Yep. Well, I'm totally happy for that to happen. That's fine.
Yeah. No
Cool.
worries. Just wanted to let you know.
All good. All right. See you, everyone.
All right. Bye, guys.
Okay. Sell it on eBay. Just make secret scalper staff versions of the merch. Okay. Let's view the results of the poll. So it looks like most people are most interested in stickers, posters, pins, and badges. Although we only got 2 votes. I don't know how definitive that is as a as a sample size. It's all good. Alrighty. Let's pop this. I don't need this out. We'll keep that page open. So, I think I'm happy with the team doing what they're doing right now. There was something I wanted to check with this Lankson here. He's got his behaviors, spiral away is this leap away, which is this, and that looked fine. Maybe I just needed to re-import the assets. I was looking at mugs yesterday, but I had no way of guaranteeing that the mug, that the icon, like I wanted the logo to be like, if this is the mug, right? That's the mug. Doot, doot, doot. This is the handle, right? I wanted it to be that if you took the circle like this, where the handle is facing this line here, perpendicular, that the logo would be centered down this line, right? That's what I wanted, but I didn't have any way of seeing that in the preview of the website, so I wasn't prepared to put it on a mug as merch if I couldn't guarantee that it would be centered. Otherwise, like, you don't want it, you don't want it to be like Insignia like that, or like way too far on the other side, like around that way. That's weird. You want it to be like here, so that when you drink it, you can, if I'm drinking it on stream, there is where I would want the logo to be. Hey, Christian Webb. I program with C#. Hey, Smack. Thank you so much. I cleared my throat and then went to mute my mic. so that when I cleared my throat, you wouldn't hear it. Oh, even Armin here doesn't have his correct animation. Oh no, that's the rattle. No, it's good. I like what you've written. Wow, okay. Yeah, what's that frame? Is it this land controlled? Ah, I see. I guess I could just... Hey, Gregod. The mouth is on the cheeks. Which art are we talking about? Are you talking about the key art on the Steam page, or are we talking about the art in this poster here? Like this one or this one? This art? Hey, Mama Dev. The Steam page art. That's a stylized decision. It's pretty common in anime to do that. This here? Yeah. It's a style choice. See that? There is international delivery. See how the mouth kind of looks like it's on the cheek almost? Like that. The bird merchant. I have... I have not seen that meme, but we could do the what's it called? We could do the arrow-bound merchant as a piece of merch. the merch for the merchant. Anyway. That's the thinking. It's all good. It's all good. I get that there are people who have different like tastes when it comes to this stuff, and this might not be the final art, but I like it and it doesn't bother me. There are other things about the artwork that I think are more that I would change, that I would change sooner. I think it's kind of like, for me, the big thing I would change has more to do with the storytelling of this. I still like it, but yeah, no time right now to change it. I think it's good enough. No. Thank you so much for the sub, Great God. Armin on the beach. Dude, smack. Those are some deep cuts. How do you remember that? That was when I was just trying, you know. I was trying to find my style. I was figuring it out. I think I've come a long way since then. I like this a lot. I'm getting better at it. Alrighty. So the next meeting is at 4, which means I have an hour and a half to do something. And I'd like to be thinking about some chapter related stuff. So dude, I made such a mistake closing all my documents. One sec. Where is this file? I had a fig jam file specifically designed for chapter 2 layout, and I don't know where it is. That is so weird. Is it in my drafts? It is in drafts. Okay. So back to sort of the Great Grey Boxing. All right. So for chapter 2, I was doing layouts. And one exercise that I have been thinking a lot about is whether this process is best done like this or in engine. And I hadn't really, I guess like the two ways of thinking about this is the path that the player needs to take as the, based on my best guess, based on just what I think about when I think about the story. And then the other one is instead you do all of the cutscenes in separate scenes, put them in a big line, and then start to stretch them and rearrange them based on where they need to be experienced. So because the cutscenes necessarily take place in places, you're creating the places as you create the cutscenes. So if I want to be able to get to the credits as soon as possible, my goal would be essentially write an interactive book of the game featuring all the cutscenes where you just walk from scene to scene, going between cutscenes, and then the final one is the end credits. I think that's like our way to do it. The only thing that would struggle with there is any scenes that take place in the same place as a previous scene. So I would need to just be mindful that like, oh, you need to be able to come back to this scene to re-talk to this person. That level of thing is, it's worth thinking about. So one is thinking about it more like a storyboard or a film, which is the latter version. And the other one is thinking about it more like a shoot schedule on a film. So like you have locations, let's put them in first. So this is chapter 2. I would like to start. Oh, and the other thing about this that's really important is when I make a big file like this isn't the game, right? It's a file that helps me deal with a data structure in the game that's equivalent to this. So like, should I not just be like making that in the game? Like if I just go to chapter 3 right now, what if I just blocked something out that looked like this? The only difference is that these are rectangles and these are scenes, and they take a lot more energy to create and delete. But I wouldn't be against there being... I think a scene should only be created if you have an asset to populate it with. That will definitely necessitate the scene's existence. That's probably the way we should do it. And the other challenge is that I don't have any way of putting the story into the game without creating a scene. So what I can't do right now is easily template out 50 cutscenes and then give them scenes. Maybe I could do that. Maybe that would be something that I'd like to automate. Like, is just take all the script and say, hey, turn each of these into cutscenes, put them all in the game, give them all individual scenes, and then just stack them diagonally here. And then I'll pull them apart or something. A lot of busy work, but probably not worth it. Miximo, yeah, something like Spine for 2D animations is pretty reasonable. But, oh, you want like Miximo, so you want like a library. I don't know if there is. Usually with 2D, like your assets and your rigs are pretty much the same. It's very rare to get like human-sized perfect rigs that you can just give to other things. All right, so Yeah, tackling this specific thing is what I'm struggling with a bit. So maybe I should go into here and do something like this with chapter 3. I also have a real struggle here, like in that these are not data, they're just representations. So I can't like take this and say, oh yeah, this is you know, this, or this happens there. They're just sort of separate. What that means is there's no way for me to like build the data structure of the game out unless I'm in the Unity project. Otherwise, I'm just building like a representative model of the data structure. I think I just have to eat that. I think I just have to suffer. Next game, I'll do something bigger. But there's no point like building a separate custom solution for this. It's just a bit of a nightmare to think about. Like this sequences folder has so much depth in it that is hidden from me. And I have to click through things to see all of these cutscenes. And there's no way for me to look at the cutscenes from a distance or rearrange them visually. I can't. What I would love to do, this is kind of like what I wish I had. Let me describe it. I wish I had something that was like scene graph, but it was the story of the game. Kind of like what I've got here. And I could create stubs of conversations or scenes in the game. Just tons of these little stubs. Click on them, see the dialogue, write the dialogue, and then attach them to each other to work out this flow. I guess I just don't have that. But the fact that I can't see all of the dialogue in the game from a visual level, I mean, maybe I would never want that. Maybe that's not even a reasonable thing to ask for. I just have to be, maybe like the closest thing I can do is just be in the spaces. Just go gardener mode and just start putting in the scenes and go, okay, well, where does that happen? Where does this happen? They are scriptables, yeah. So the cutscenes themselves, this is where I'm struggling right now, is that like I have scenes, which are the places. I have sequences, which are my scriptable objects. And the sequences, there's not a one-to-one relationship between them. Like some scenes have 10 cutscenes in them with different characters saying different things when you talk to them, that kind of thing. But the story is borne out through the cutscenes. So if I want to be able to say the story is playable, all of the main quest cutscenes are how you'd want to check those off and say, yes, these are in the game. And I can't look at this and say what percentage of the cutscenes are represented in this view. I can't do that. And I can't see all of the cutscenes in the game and say, do these all have scenes that they live in? So I can't look at either of the data structures and compare them or overlap them or anything like that, which is I think why I feel a bit lost sometimes, and why I need a lot of momentum to work in a space, because like if I pick chapter 2, start of chapter 2, I can start thinking about, okay, in this scene, these cutscenes happen, blah, 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 blah. And I'm in like a very small window of context that I have to manage. If I zoom out, it's much, much harder to think about things at that level. And maybe I'm just the kind of person who wants to step down from abstract to specific, but I don't think I can in this way. I think I just have to start specific. It's just like, so for chapter 2, for example, I know there's a scene where I want Armin and Ilya on horseback riding away from Shepperton. Is that a level? No. Does it have to be its own scene? Maybe not. I could probably have it take place somewhere out here or something. Maybe. Or maybe I want it to be its own scene. Okay. What is the like disposable way to create that thing where I'm just playing something that doesn't feel like I'm like creating whole levels of gameplay? I guess all I can do is, I was thinking like maybe prefabs. Do I make the cutscenes, even though they're scriptable objects, they have scene instance data, like the characters, where they're standing, how they move around in the level. Do I make that a prefab? I have like a test demo scene where I just make all the prefabs where I can playtest them in isolation and then assign them scenes later. Yeah, having a sequence be given its own internal scene where I can validate it individually. Like, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. See this scene here? There is like work here that needs to be done. I'll skip through all this, hang on. Okay, when I come back into this scene, there's like stuff, right? Camera direction, dialogue, characters moving left and right, animation, you know, the environment. All of this is like a scene, right? But in the sense that it's a movie scene, it would be on like if we were storyboarding the game as a movie, this would be a series of cards, right, on a storyboard. But that series of cards is not a set yet, right? You wouldn't have like, you wouldn't have the people build this church just to talk about the concept of building this thing or to prototype it. You would have like just a little piece of paper with the little thing written on it. And what I don't want to do is what I'm trying to do is not have second-class citizen artifacts. I don't want to have like a separate storyboard in addition to like the multiple that I already have. And I want something that when I invest time into it, that's tangibly going towards a finished game. So it's not just a plan of a game, it's a game. So when I look at all of this stuff, my point here, I think, is that on some level, like when I just have this, I could technically put this into some scene and play test it and just have the dialogue play out. Dialogue, done. And not worry about where they're standing or what animations they're doing. But I need to be able to like confidently assign that stuff based on some early sketch. Like, here's the characters talking in the game. Oh, wouldn't it be good if this character was standing up there? Okay, now I'll block out a structure for them to be standing on it. That's the process I want to be having. So putting the script in the game will help me. But I also sort of want, like, I can't, looking at this directory, I can't see the game as a storyboard. I can't do that. Like, there's so many folders for every chapter that describe, like, just sequence. There's no, like, connection. The connection is implicit in the fact that the game is tied together with scenes. And I suppose in a way, that's just how I have to allow it to be. Just like make the game spatial. I think that's what I have to do. I think I have to just accept that I won't be able to see each of these in a linear sequence. I have to look at the world and say what's missing from the world for me to put cutscenes into. It's so awkward. All right. Add scenes from build settings. That's not what I want. I think what I'll do in my sequence editor, I want a button that says create new scene. I manage this outside Unity, inject it into a scriptable object, and spawn prefabs. Yeah, but some of the data that would go into that scriptable object is stuff that would be serialized in the scene specifically, like where the character is standing, the anchor points that determine where they move to and from, what animation they use. Maybe that would be in a scriptable object, but that's what this is. This is a scriptable object. The dialogue is scriptable objects that I manage outside of Unity by writing them in text. So I write all the dialogue. But you wouldn't need why would you need variants though for that? Like, the prefabs would be, an NPC would have a prefab. The variant would be a specific character. But it's more like, I think what I need to do, no, that's not quite right. Okay, first things first. Managing this kind of thing, I think I need it to be, what's the word? I want to take an asset, and when an asset has a given flag and a timeline, I want to child those assets to this one. I think that's important. So instead of me going, see here, we've got like Armin meets Tiberius, Armin meets Tiberius, these two things. Dialogue and settings in scriptable object. Take the whole scene as a prefab. Yeah, I think we're mostly talking about the same thing Hello creates. Scene is a building in my case. Yeah, but I'm talking about like a Unity scene specifically, like an actual scene. I wouldn't. Those prefabs need to go into specific scenes, and maybe. I mean, I was suggesting, that's what I was saying here. Like, there's a point at which you could probably. Scene is like a prefab. Yeah, prefabs are scenes to some extent. So the idea would be like, could we mock this up in a prefab that we could play? Or is it even relevant to give it a prefab before it becomes its own scene? I don't really know. I guess the prefab lets me write the cutscene and preview the cutscene independently of which scene it's in. So maybe, yes. The sequences get prefabs, maybe. All right. It would save me a lot of time when I needed to move, because this is the thing. The moving a cutscene between scenes is important. Like, I might say, oh, actually, this happened a lot in chapter 1. So there's a bridge here. The bridge has a cutscene. The cutscene shows the bridge opening and closing. There's some dialogue, stuff happens. This scene and this scene used to be one, and then there were two, and then there were one. In fact, like this, and this at one point were all the same scene. So for like level design and geometry's sake, having the cutscenes themselves be part of the prefab means that I can very easily copy and paste them across or move them across without like breaking all the links of where a character is standing or like which characters are in the level, that kind of thing. And in fact, I do run into this a lot even now. Like this sequence here, this part of the game here, I have Harriet standing over here, but I also have her standing over here. So I have two of the same NPC in the scene, which means if I needed to, I could split this level in half and it wouldn't break anything, because the cutscene where you talk to her here has everything it needs to play itself. It's not depending on her being over here or not, right? Like these two sequences are not depending on the one game object. Isn't a prefab just a component of something? It can be anything that can be replicated or put in an instance of anywhere. I believe I have less movie than you, but I have a structure with camera where my scenario is based on scriptable object dialogues is being spawned. I have structure with camera where my scenario is based on... So a building you enter with scenario, buttons, dialogue, everything will be a prefab for me. A building. Yeah, but is the building in a Unity scene or is it its own thing? It's the whole building is like the whole level is a prefab? Oh, your whole game takes place in one Unity scene. Okay, so you're using prefabs as your scenes. Yeah, that doesn't really change anything for me here. Like it wouldn't logically change how the game is set up. Like the idea of saying everything is prefabs is sure, but for me, a cutscene, like a game sequence, isn't one-to-one with the building, right? Like if you wanted to have some dialogue taking place in a different building, you would need to move it into a different prefab. A different building. So for me, I'm talking about, yeah, a variant. Yeah, but see, I don't like that because it's what you're doing is essentially using inheritance to define assets. But for me, like maybe all your buildings are the same or look the same. If the things have less in common than 50%, there's no point doing prefabs. You have 10 buildings. Yeah, right. But I have like 300 scenes in my game. And they're all different in terms of the contents. And I couldn't put one cutscene in another one without doing significant changes. It's not as... I'm thinking about things in a way that I need for them to be scalable so that there's not like an exponential amount of waste when I'm trying to shift things around. If it's only 10, that's whatever. You probably wouldn't even bother doing a special data structure for that. Anyway, I'm already pretty committed to this strategy. I'm like 120 scenes deep already out of like 300. So it's mostly just about maintenance at this point. I agree, Smack. That's how I think about it. So I think for now, I want all of these to be wrapped up into a cutscene, and its flag and its timeline need to be attached underneath the cutscene. They can't be three separate assets. They are bound to each other necessarily. So that should be, I should write a script that auto childs them. We could use GPT for that. All right. So yeah, I use a little bit of I've got Copilot, so I can use different different agents in VS Code. So we're going to not use agent mode for this. We're just going to use ask mode. And I'm going to go into sequence editor. And I want to create a button here in my project. In this project. In this editor. Sequence. Event sequence. I want, what is the object that I'm looking for? Given flag. And there's timeline. I try not to think about the model. I just use whatever it says. They change every month. So I'm just like, I let VS Code suggest which model I'm using, and I just use that. I know I could write this myself, but it's such a boring utility that I want to see how far it gets. I've been working on this since 2017. It's not really like it's 300 scenes, not really 300 like levels. It's more like, I don't know, like playable areas you run around in. Might be 20 per chapter, so like 100. And the other 200 are like little stories, like places where story happens, or towns, or buildings. Let's have a look. It's quite a lengthy script. This is on GUI. And then here. Let's have a look. Child sequence subassets. Find assets of event sequence, yes. Select where sequence.sequence is not null. Sure, whatever. To array. Okay. For each count usage, why do I need to do that? What is this doing? Oh, shared assets. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I actually don't really think it's worth doing that. Yeah, okay, fine. I think it's fine. I think it's worth doing. If it's going to do it like this in one shot, I'll let it do it. It's trying to say like, hey, if two sequences use the same flag, don't child it. But hypothetically, I should be creating them individually anyway. They shouldn't, two sequences shouldn't have the same given flag or the same timeline. So in fact, actually, it's a lot shorter. Bro, it's working so hard here for no reason. No. Oh, hang on. Well, it's not new timeline, right? Clone? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, let's start again. That's a terrible idea. Hey, anonymous gifter, thank you so much. That's an expensive troll. I'll take it. Anybody want to sub to overwrite that? What elo am I in AoE 2? I think I got as high as 1300. Thanks, Smack. $800's not bad. It takes time to get skilled. I'm about 1250, I think, at the moment. I'm actually the same elo in chess and AoE. I have the same elo. Assume all are unique and no need to double check whether one has already been childed to another asset. I'm fine with blast. Come. Let's see how it does. It's a big request, but I've been very specific about how to make the peanut butter sandwich here. So if it knows how to do this, see you, Dev. If it can do this, I'll be impressed. Nah, it wasn't too bad. Just that. That's all it did. Just like 50, 25, no, 40 lines? What's that? 264 to 313, 50 lines. All right. So grab all the event sequences, for each string in sequence GUIDs. I don't think you need to do that, dude. You have the asset. Anyway, try reparent. So you take the object and the parent, and you go asset database, add object to asset. If it's a sub asset, remove it from somewhere else. Very good. Yep. That's what I want. That's pretty good. So this is a big change. This I will probably be what's the word? I should commit this in a forked branch. This is called childing event sequence flags. Okay, so we commit this. And then we want to run it. I'm on a bit of a diet too. Child event sequences plus timeline flag assets slow. Go. It failed. Couldn't add object to asset file because the mono behavior already has an asset. The mono behavior already has an asset. What the fuck? I'm confused. I don't really understand. It already has an asset. Can you not do double inheritance? Oh no. It's a long wait. Dude, that sucks. Okay, this doesn't even work. This strategy is not going to work. Be right back. I gotta turn the air on. It's way too hot in here. Yo. Let me respond to some stuff. How often do you go back into previous levels and change things? Or is it more when you're done, you're done? No, I go back pretty often. The problem is my game's it's quite a lot of depth in the game. And the depth comes from multiple axes of gameplay that need to be all like X, Y, Z. They need to be all like tuned to each other. So like there's the gameplay, the action elements. Then there's the story, which you use to unlock the action elements. Then there's the level design through which the story is told. So level design level design times gameplay times story means that oftentimes you have to start with one, right? You block in a bunch of space and then you put levels in it, geometry features, and then you go, hang on, if I put abilities here, that's going to change how the story works. You know, in which order I put the abilities changes the order I can unlock things in the game. So you have to cross-reference across 3 separate distinct things. And anytime you do that, you find ways that they should probably be better arranged. So it's not really feasible to just build something once and go, that's good enough. If your game has like 3 completely separate but related or dependent, you know, things. That's just logistics, unfortunately. action rebinding. When you say action rebinding, you mean like controller rebinding? I use a third-party feature. I use Rewired, and because I'm in Unity, I mean, you could also be using the new Unity input system too. 600 lines doesn't seem that crazy though. It seems kind of reasonable. It should be less, but yeah, I mean, it could be done in 600. Hey, Ginger Dev. It's coming along. I'm really busy. I'm on a bit of a funding snag at the moment, but other than that, not many issues. So does the game still run if I just... Hello? Oh, good. Enjoy. All right, well, I guess it works. Yeah, there is a better way, Robin, but yeah, I'm pretty deep in at this point. The challenge is that I already have all of my assets. So like, it looks like everything of type event sequence, which has a timeline and a given quest flag, you would want to child them, but I can't because the timeline assets, it appears, well, these ones don't. These ones don't have child objects. Maybe, hang on a second. Which ones do? None of these do. What? I'm confused now. Wait a second. If I click one and then unselect, they do. A lot of them do. They've got recorded tracks. And because they've got tracks like that, they can't be childed to the event sequence, as far as I understand. So that doesn't help me. It just means that now the naming conventions have to be, I don't know. I mean, I can't store the timeline data in any other format than it wants to be stored in. So that's just like a no-win situation there. The quest flags I could do. And in fact, you know, the sequences could have inherited from quest flag at some point if I really wanted to be clever. So like the sequence itself is its own given flag, and so you attach the sequence to, you know, you attach the sequence to the save file. You say this sequence is one that we finished, as a way to store progress. I could have done that too, but yeah, I don't know. I guess at this point, we're kind of stuck where we are. It might still be okay. There's so many of these quest flags. It would be nice to see them childed to their sequences. I think I'm mostly just looking for confidence that when I create all of the stuff that's ahead of me, chapters 3, 4, and 5, that I'm not creating a ton of these data objects that are going to get unused. I think I have this problem of it being a very wasteful process. At least that's what I'm concerned about. Like, let's say I design 10 cutscenes and then I delete 10 cutscenes. there will still be quest flags and timeline assets sitting around with those cutscenes. Or if I want to like draft up 3 versions of the same cutscene, like how do I compartmentalize that in a way that doesn't make the project broken? Because right now everything in the project is part of the save file. So unused cutscenes go in there as like progress, because it says, oh, you've got quest flags here that you can assign, so let's put them in the save file. Which is not ideal. Maybe I need some kind of like directory where they get like promoted into the pipeline, like the production pipeline, but before that they're just in like a demo environment. The management of all of these files is gonna kill me. I mean, even if I could, I can see the references in the projects per the scene. I've built a system that lets me do that. So I can say, yes, this cutscene is part of this level. Here it is. So that helps a lot. So I could say any cutscene who doesn't have a reference in the game should remove its quest flag from the save file. Okay, we could solve that. Which means what's next? Do you know what? We've got half an hour. I shouldn't be working on this right now because I've got music review in 30 minutes. And I had a homework task for that. I'm so stuffy today, pals. Where is this? Up here. Does Morgan have access to this? Can she edit? No, she doesn't have a seat for it. Oh, I see. Okay, so given that Morgan can't edit this herself, I guess I'll just follow her lead here. So my job is to go into this document, think about the lengths all of these tracks need to be. And I'll first take her She's at 125 and thinks it feels good. I think we need to make a clear distinction between like with a loop or without a loop. I'm not sure. Like, is it 125 of just raw music? Ridgelands theme. Yeah. $317. $130 would be plenty for that, I think. Dream sequence. Honestly, we can build that out later. Hunden theme, it could be like a minute 20. I don't think it needs to be a minute 30. We'll call it 1 minute to 1 minute 30. And then this is going to be a longer. This is going to be like maybe like a 2-minute track. And this only has to be like 45 seconds, I think. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm glad I did that. Task successful. Yo, I love how Figma does this. You can collapse this down into one file again. See how these, you can't see that. It's got like 2 tabs combined into one. You just do this, and they become 2 again. Yo, thanks for the follow. Intel Satov. Thank you. Okay. So, how's crypto these days? Crypto goes by Malishka these days because someone made fun of her name as we were at like a stand-up comedian thing. It was like a TV show that was being filmed live, and they had a stand-up comic between the takes, and at one point he was like requesting people on Instagram to DM him with questions, like funny questions. And she did. Oh, hey, Jonathan Blow, welcome. Yo, what's up? J Blow typically raids and runs, which I'm happy with. You can do that. But in the meantime, welcome viewers. We were just having a story about how my wife's gamer tag got changed, needed to get changed. because somebody interpreted it as being called crypto today. But that's not our handle anymore. Welcome, everyone. Yo, I'm working on this game called Insignia, and I've been working on it for quite some time. We're like knee deep in production at the moment. So this is kind of what it looks like. And you can listen to some music too if you want. Let's cue this up. This is kind of like my baby. I started this project solo many years ago. And these days it's a much bigger project. We've got like 5 or 6 people working on it. With me as the lead dev, lead artist, director, etc. Windows still does have Media Player, and it's still the best media player on Windows. I use it all the time because I don't want bloatware. I don't want crappy like subscription nonsense. No, you can still use it. So this is Insignia. You play as this character Armin. He is the son of a blacksmith, and his father went missing about a year ago in the game's time. And so the kind of like responsibility of our player character at the start of the game is to essentially take up his father's job as the town blacksmith. But it is like a fantasy epic, very inspired by 90s films, by, you know, Harry Potter and Matilda and kind of the Legend of Zelda games, a lot of the Studio Ghibli films. It's fantasy epic, Lord of the Rings, that kind of thing. And yeah, I found myself building what is now pretty much a Metroidvania, but at the start was very much more like Souls-like. It has a crafting system, it has combat, it has all kinds of like dungeons and towns and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with. Oh, hello. Didn't like that. Let me go to a part of the game where it's a bit more action-y. Everyone's part-time at the moment, and so I allocate them. It's contract-based, so at the start of a chapter of work, I'll say, hey, like, this is the scope of work. We'll have regular meetings, and yeah, that's typically what happens. We meet like twice a week for both, like, just pausing it to explain. I'll keep the music running. We'll meet like twice a week. I'll delegate part of that scope. They'll get started on it. I'll do some update with them. We'll do a review, and then they'll deliver it, etc., etc. We just do that in like a rolling fashion, which does put a lot of responsibility on me as the director to have everything scoped out. But I think that's the way it has to be when you have like a lead creator. You know, like I'm sort of in charge of all of the game being fun and the story making sense and the world map and the layouts. So, I mean, the world map's pretty big. This is just like a tiny sliver of it. The actual world map is kind of massive. So this is the level that we're in right now. And then that's part of this section of chapter 1. And there's 5 chapters. So it's a big game. So Unity has been good. We're actually dealing with some Unity production woes at the moment. Not like Unity per se, but mostly to do with data structures for the game as a whole. I find, like what I'm finding at the moment is I want to gray box out like a whole chapter of gameplay coming up. I've got all of these cutscenes written, and I need to create Unity scenes, these hierarchies, to populate them with. But what I really want is like a graceful way of making these extensible so that I can like put something in and then have that thing embellish over time. And if I need to combine 2 scenes or break them apart or change a cutscene, to have that be gracefully handled. And Unity at the moment, like I just ran into an issue where I can't streamline something further. So these, for example, these are my dialogues. Let me show you an example of what a proper one looks like. So here's some dialogue, and it's fine. It looks good. It works. It has like a spot for a flag, which is like a save file quest flag. So I can say, yep, you've done this cutscene. And it has a spot for a timeline asset where I can have the characters moving around and animating. The problem is that timelines can't be nested underneath these. So in the project hierarchy, I've got like this happening a lot, where you've got 3 assets that really should be like one asset. It's like the text and the quest flag and the timeline can be different objects, but I'd love for them to be just one asset. And so like the hierarchy is getting a little bit clogged at the moment, with just like these files. And I'm just a bit concerned about waste at this point, like managing all of the unused assets that have been created through the process of prototyping is something that I'm like a little not feeling super comfortable about. I mean, we're looking at like hundreds, thousands of cutscenes. So, you know, every NPC who says any words to you will have their own timeline and cutscene. Not necessarily timeline, but like at least one of these files, you know, even down to like the little repeating dialogues at the end of a conversation. And maybe like this would have been better if I'd built these as like conversation trees, but because there's no like there's no decisions, having the conversation, like everything between you pressing A on an NPC and then the game giving you back control after you've talked to them back and forth for a while, that's a cutscene for me. You know, maybe I could have had some sort of like repeating dialogue field at the bottom, so that at least those could always be just the end of the last unique cutscene or something like that. Couldn't you make a scriptable object that holds all of those? I could, but now I've got an additional scriptable object. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no, the right now, this does hold the others. And by hold, it's really just a question of like what objects deserve to be assets, deserve to be serialized. And right now, all 3 of these are serialized. They all have to be serialized too. Like to reuse this object in the scenes, it needs to have a unique GUID. It needs to be an asset in the project directory so that I can drag it into fields and do stuff with it. So on the individual basis, they all have good reason to exist as assets. It's just like, what is the right way of managing them? Is it just being careful with your asset management and like making folders for everything? Or is it like define an editor maybe that like just wraps them all up into one so that I'm not looking at the project hierarchy, I'm just looking at this editor that has this like flow diagram of all the combined cutscene flag timeline things? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Ultimately, like, I just want to not have friction when I'm making stuff. That's the biggest thing that I need to overcome. And the more like, it's really easy to define stuff outside of the project, storyboards and stuff like that, but that's not the game. So there needs to be like a confident step forward I can take to take all of those written dialogues and start putting them into empty scenes or gray boxed scenes. Yeah. It's crazy, you know, like I didn't even realize how big the scope that I set was. Like, no, I had no idea. And it was actually really feasible in chapter 1 to just build stuff out as if I was the player building the game in front of me. So straightforward. But over time, I mean, I could still think about chapters 3, 4, and 5 that way. Maybe I'm just paranoid. Maybe I'm just a bit, my confidence has dropped because I don't want to make mistakes. It's probably mostly psychological, if I'm being honest. I think I'm just procrastinating. I should just be gung-ho about it. Like, I know that there is a better way to do it. I think I want to write down something that I think that I want. So maybe it's like, let's write it down. So I like write some dialogue. Yeah. And then I want to say, okay, like who's in the scene, which characters. I want to define the basic blocking in the scene. Well, no, it's not really a performance issue, right? All of these things that we're describing are just project assets. You know, it's like they're not experienced at the same time. They're quite independent. So they're never like in memory or anything like that. And the game, like these files are literally like kilobytes big. They're tiny. It's just like it's literally what, 3 strings and references, GUIDs to portrait files. Everything else is like options. So it's not a big deal to have lots of them. It's just mentally knowing how many there are in the project and getting intimidated by the idea of adding double to them, you know, just the fear of doing something wrong and that costing me energy, having to like sit down for like a week and a half, like picking the needles through the haystacks kind of thing, you know, deleting unused files, for example. And I know that could be programmatically done, so I shouldn't be fretting about it, but I just fear the sorting through unused stuff. Even like here, you can see all of these scenes. There's like what, almost as many unused scenes as there are used ones. All of these below the purple boxes are unused. And it's like, there's good level design here, but I'm not using it right now. So what do I do with it? Do I delete it from the project? You know? And if it's on a branch, I'm not going to find it again. I'm not going to go back to a branch from months back and retrieve files that I deleted from the project. So like, what do I do to all this work that's time has been committed to that helped me get where I am? Yeah, I mean, like you just hoard it because maybe you'll reuse it one day. I don't know. It's hard. Ultimately, like if I'm designing the game well, each of these will be modules that are reusable. But at some point I do want to have the confidence to say, this is not part of the game. Delete, you know? Anyway. Oh, again, nobody will care that these exist in the shipped version of the game. What is pot commitment? I've never heard of that. What does that mean? Smoke weed every day. That's what I'm saying, Cyber Imbiber. Like I could do it, but like I know me, I'm not going to go back and look for it. You know when you have like a garage sale? Right, I see. Yeah. It's just me going, I might use it one day. But you know what? Every time I go to make content, I never look at the old stuff. I just make new stuff because it's easier. So maybe it is just a matter of like, just delete it kind of thing. But it's like an out of sight, out of mind problem. Like these aren't all of the scenes in the game either. There would be scenes that I deleted from the graph that are in the project that I don't have any visibility over. Oh, I see. You mean like sunk cost. Yeah. Pot commitment. The pot. I see. Alrighty. So we've got 5 minutes. I want to keep writing out this little spec here. So I write some dialogue. I define basic blocking in the scene. I want to then drop the sequence into an empty level. Hi. Yeah. Hey, famous Trunks. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. So what I want to do is basically be able to do this. So this flow, write dialogue, define blocking, drop the sequence into an empty level, attach it to some other scenes with doors. That should be more or less seamless for me. I should be able to do that with one click of a button. Where I'm like, and I'm almost there. It's like 3 clicks. It's like I can, where are we? Yeah, I can take like a paragraph of text that's formatted this way. I can copy it. I can paste it into here, press import. It will become this. Then I can go into a scene and create this into a scene by just dropping it in. So what I want is a button next to this one that says create new scene or something like that. Or maybe even in scene graph, a button that says like import sequence as scene or something like that. And then, or just manually do it. God, who cares? And then we put the sequence into that level, and then we put some doors on it and attach them to the next and previous scenes. That's really that's where we're at. So I do need someone. You nominating somebody? I've got someone who has been pitching themselves as like an assistant director kind of thing. We might, if I've got some funds that I can give them, I'm open to it. All right, this is actually straightforward, and I'm too precious about it. I think I should just get on with it. Maybe what I'll do is I'll make a new scene graph that just has all the unused stuff in it. Can I copy and paste between scene graphs? That's a good idea. Resources. Thanks, Paladin. Thank you. Okay, so back catalog graph. I wonder if I can take these just like this. Let's take one. I don't think I could cut it, can I? I can cut. Can I paste? No. That would be really cool. I can't drag and drop either. I guess I could try like this. No. So this is a challenge now. Like, how do I get these out of here? All right, we've got a meeting right now. Music meeting. And I will just quickly switch over to meeting mode. Alrighty. Do. It's time for music review. I'm not sure if I'll check to see if she's ready. We might be waiting a while, actually. I don't actually know if she's... hang on. Exporting now. Cool. All right. Well, I'll leave this running for a bit. So we can't drag and drop that way, which means what I'm going to have to do is go like click this, ping scene, drag it into here, delete from here. That seems like a very slow process. Click, ping, click. It's not great. Well, the goal was I wanted to move a bunch of these scenes from one graph to another so that they're not clogging up the main project. That is our meeting. One sec. Ding dong. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Not bad. Yeah.
It's good.
Enjoying the warm weather today.
I wish it was less warm. I'm ready for winter.
I'm a summer person.
There was an article that I saw a couple of days ago saying that summer is getting longer every year in Australia by like 6 days or something stupid like that.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how like
Goodness.
accurate that is. That's a lot of. That seems dire.
Yeah. How
right?
do they? But also, how do they measure that? Is it just like the average temperature is warmer for longer?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Global warming.
It's real.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, how are we doing for music this week? Any updates?
Yeah, I chucked in a new pass of the Here and Underground track.
Yep.
I think it's sitting at let me check. like 1 minute 50
Okay.
ish. I think it's feeling pretty good. Like I think it has a lot of variation throughout it. So we might be able to settle for this length. We'll see what you think.
Yeah, I was gonna say I filled in a bunch of the durations in the production document. I haven't copied them back over to here, but one of the things that I feel, which is that whenever I'm listening to a soundtrack for a game, I notice that oftentimes they'll double the composition, sometimes just wholesale, and sometimes with some like variation. And
Mm,
I've been thinking about that in relation to like our soundtrack. Like there are times where I can't remember which one it was. Let me just quickly check. It was one of these tracks was like a minute, Cheverton Town, a minute 25. In
mm,
my mind, I think that's pretty short. But if we're going
yeah.
between inside and outside versions of it and what the melodies coming in and out and things like that, I'm not too bothered by that because that at least doubles it for me. Do you know what I
Mm,
mean? Like the
yeah.
the perceptual runtime versus the actual runtime is unfortunately a little hard to. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not one thing, but if you feel good about 125, like I'm, I haven't been bothered by it at all when running around in the
Mm.
town. And if it needs to be longer, I guess like I'll have to be. Well, Orenstead, I guess, was the foundation of that, and that I don't remember how long that is.
Or instead is like 1 minute 30 and then it loops without the melody. So it sort of feels like 3
Exactly.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think I'm just to the extent that some of these numbers can just be doubled. It can be hard for me
Mm,
to think like, oh, it needs to be
yeah.
45 seconds or like a minute 30. Like I don't know, but
Yeah. I mean, not worrying too much about looking at the number and being like, "Do we need more or less?" I think it's more, how does it feel
yes,
playing the game,
yeah,
and do we feel like it needs more or less,
yeah,
regardless of whatever number it is. And I think
that's
some
a
tracks
better
that are
assess. Yeah,
fairly short, if they have enough varied sections, it can be okay, but a long track that might stay in one sonic
mm,
world the whole
exactly.
time can feel
Yeah,
dragging,
more
so it's
tiring.
yeah, there's a lot of factors.
Yeah, yep, agreed. Well, in any case, I'm even though I have updated those numbers, I mostly think I'll leave it up to your judgment. I feel most comfortable doing the inverse of saying like this is good enough. You don't need to go further than to say,
Mm,
I guess you could just add more to this. Like I don't want to. That's not the process that I want to use because I feel like adding more for more's sake doesn't usually add more value.
yeah,
Alrighty,
okay.
let's take a listen. 2 minutes. I should settle in. Yeah, nice. I was feeling like towards that last part, we might have been stretching it a little. And maybe it doesn't need so much. Like, I don't mind there being the length being there, but maybe it could be sparser. But other than that, I mean, it could either be shorter or a little bit sparser in that last, maybe like the last, I want to say like 10 seconds. Felt like we were trying to squeeze more out. I did like the way that you kind of put the like melodic rhythm into it, like the melody almost like the this part here. I like it, but yeah,
It's quite different to the rest of the track, and it's still fairly busy in terms of the
Yes.
elements.
Yes. I think it almost pulls focus a little bit away from
Yeah.
the main like thematic space.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I mean, like, the track is sounding amazing on the whole. I really like that dropping straight into the marimbas and the clarinet and everything. It's great.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I like it. I think we're pretty close with this one.
So I'll have a play with that last section.
I'll leave it with you whether to
Yeah.
thin it or to shorten it. But I'm happy with the runtime, I would say.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. Okie dokie. Anything else that you need from me in terms of direction or guidance?
So the numbers that not that it matters too much, but the numbers you're putting in, that's not you transferring the current lengths, that was you sort of estimating what you think we need, or?
Yes. So if I copy
Okay.
this and then I'm assuming if I just paste it over what you've already got in here.
Yeah,
it's
that
just
should work.
yeah. Oops. Should be right. I'll just go for it.
Yeah.
That we should be able to compare these. I'm really just making sure that I think you had like the gray ones you said you weren't sure about. So I just made something.
Yeah.
Something in here. But even I mean,
These
2
ones were
minutes is
more like we haven't really got a track yet. Like we've done some playing, but there isn't really a length yet.
I would say to the extent which these numbers are, if they are longer than what you've got, I wouldn't want Rekka Kerr to be 1 minute in length, doubled, but we've already got so much variety in that track that even it's hard to even put this number on it. Like, we've got different sections, each of which might be 30 seconds to 45, maybe less. Maybe they're just 30 seconds. Is it like 3 different phases? Maybe. Yeah. So, it's a little vague, but we've already got, have we got? Oh, we do have different, like, quite a
The
lot
boss
of work.
fight?
Yeah.
Well, we kind of decided to leave it until
That's right.
there was more in the game.
Yep.
Just to match to the gameplay, yeah.
I think like the direction of it's fine. As far as a runtime, like, I guess it would be, look, if we really wanted to hit a number, which I don't think is that important right now, I'm sure we could just like take the different identities we've got and just like stack them next to each other and just see how far we are. But I feel like that just to satisfy this exercise is not that necessary.
Yeah.
Like, you're already on a pretty good pace. In fact, I would say on the whole, your read on like whether something needs to be longer or shorter has been pretty much 1-to-1 with mine. So
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
yeah, I'm not like, there's not really anything here where I'm like, oh, no, this needs to be way longer. We've pretty much got it. I will say the only one that I've got a couple of question marks about here is the Ridgelands theme. Right now, we've composed that sort of as if it's, because I directed you this way, like the sequence by the lakeside with Maggie, in that it's like a scene that has kind of like a story in it. and there is a cutscene in this scene where it does need to score that way. And
Yeah.
then separately, there is kind of like a number of levels that have the same tile set, and it's still raining in those levels and that kind of thing. So I guess the only question would be whether or not we would need sort of like a Z-side version of this where it's not playing that melody. So specifically, it's just like doing the accompaniment. But I mean, even right now, I would say like that would be like a real nice to have to bother with that right now, because a lot of the level design's kind of in flux at the moment. So I don't know how long I would expect the player to need to be running around in that area, and so I don't have any confidence that like what you've got would be unsuitable for those spaces. I think it's perfectly reasonable to guess that they might be suitable as it is. So happy with you to continue on as you are. And
Yeah, with the Ridgelands, how it's set up at the moment is it just plays melody one time, assuming that that's like when you're dropped into the scene with the sort of story beat of Armin coming in, and then it loops the accompaniment. But I think, I do think
that might be enough. Like if you come back here later, it just plays that out again the same way for the duration. That could be cool. Like it's kind of like a memory. I don't know.
Yeah, it could work.
Yeah, I think we're with a lot of this stuff, actually, I notice different from chapter 1. I think in chapter 1, there was a lot of me sort of describing to the team individually, like, hey, this is how I want it to be. Things need to sound like this or look like this. And now I think that we're in like 2 and 3 plus territory. I feel like a lot of the choices that you're all making are valid, and it's not it's very, what's the word? It doesn't feel like if I was to be a tyrant about like very specific things, though it might make it easier to brief. I noticed that like what you guys do pretty much a lot of, especially on the sound side, it's pretty much spot on in terms of like, fitting in where it needs to go and creating more, what's the word? Like, I guess because I have fewer preconceived notions about it, I'm kind of more inspired by it than irritated if it's not like what I was thinking of, or if it's just sometimes I don't have time to even, consider some of this stuff. So allowing it to guide a little bit, I think is fine.
And I mean, because you had such a strong idea of chapter 1 going in, because you had already sort of built it, and there was more, I guess, preconceived notions, whereas in these chapters there's some more space of things that haven't been decided. And
well, it's also a lot less on rails. Like chapter 1 has such a clear requirement in that it needs to establish certain things in very specific fashion, whereas like by chapter 2 there's a lot of space where if the player wants to spend a lot of time in this area, min-maxing this or getting every chest, like that's okay. And if they're feeling like they want to rush ahead to the next story beat, that's fine too. Whereas in chapter 1, it's like, well, I know they're going to spend this much time because they haven't done any of this before. So they don't know what their tastes are, and I need them to learn how to parry or whatever. So I think maybe it was just a bit more strict. It needed to be more strict. Whereas here, I almost like, I want to, it doesn't really matter what the rest of that sentence is. You get it. I don't need to be that articulate. I think everything's all good. I think it's all good. Yeah. We're doing good stuff. So,
I did have a thought about, so you mentioned the idea of, say you go back to that Ridgelands area and that story bit has already happened, but you're returning. I think I've been thinking about the music system that we have at the moment, where we have the you can sort of set things for each scene, set the track for each scene, and then you can obviously change parameters and stuff. I think it would be cool to have some way of fmod parameters interfacing with the flag system that you've got set
Yep.
up?
Yeah, we can do that.
And like, because in fmod you can have these magnet regions that the playhead will jump to that section if a certain parameter is checked, and so we could have the same event being in each scene, but there could be like sections that it
On-scene
will
load set a
play.
parameter.
It'll depend on what flags they have, which part of the track will play. I think that could be really handy.
Entirely feasible. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, if you could give me like a usage scenario for that, like just a way that you would expect to use it, I'm sure I could build something that does that. I think we're already pretty close. Although right now I think maybe we're selecting events based on the quest flags. But if you want to do like specific parameters, I mean, actually, what we have right now, we have our fmod sequence states, I think they're called, or something like that, where if you have two, I'll have to review. I think there is a way to do it. If you have two different tracks, the same track in two different conditions, but with different parameters, it will just toggle the parameters instead of the tracks. So I can, given a specific quest flag context, say, play this track with this parameter or play the same track with this other parameter. And that can happen in real time or on scene load. I think that's doable. And if not, it would be easy to do.
Yeah, cool. Because I know you already have a way of triggering for cutscenes, like playing a different event and then going back to the room ambient sort of track. But yeah, I guess this application would be more like the same area, but a story beat has happened or the player has done something that then changes the state of that area. Yeah.
Yep. So we have like the music event for the scene, and that's currently just the way that it is. And then there was, let me check. It's the chasm scene is the one that plays two different events based on what's happening in the scene. And it is evening atmosphere, condition behavior, condition toggle, fmod state zone. I think I just have like a giant, is it just a giant box? General purpose tension ambience when player is detected. That's not quite what we want. We want it on scene load or just whenever. Okay. Yeah, I think we can make that happen, no problem. That's fine.
Cool.
Cool. All right.
So do you want me to describe a specific scenario? Like just send you...
It would be helpful.
Yeah.
But I almost don't need that. But yeah, definitely.
Okay.
If you want to just write out like a couple of sentences, like just what you if you were doing it in the game, how you'd want to be able to hook it up, or just like from the experience of setting it up creatively. Like, I have this track, it has these things, and I only want this to happen in this scenario. Something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
I can do that.
No worries. Thank you, Morgan.
All right.
Okay. Catch you on Monday. Actually, will I see you? Are you going to Alt this weekend?
I will be there, yes.
I'll probably see you there then.
All right.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Cool. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Hey, Arya. Thank you so much for the sub. Back to the Great Grey Boxing. So, let's play this. And then bring this back down to -14. And then we were in this. So, yeah, I guess I just do it. Like, I don't love this situation that I'm in, where I've got like two of these things here, and it's two different graphs, and I'm just dragging things along. The trouble here is that when I drag a scene into the graph, hey Lathe, how's it going? When I drag a scene into the graph, into a different graph, it's creating a bunch of metadata like the screenshot every time from scratch. And so the screenshots, there's like a folder for the screenshots for every graph, and it's having to open the scene, take the screenshot, save the PNG, put it in the folder separately. Whereas what I'd like to do is like drag this into here, or cut and paste it, or whatever. Take a selection, Control C, go over here, Control V, and then just essentially move the files over. That's what I'd want to do, rather than recreate them. One sec, pals. I just got someone at the door. All right, we're back. So, I don't really know how copy paste works. I think what I really want to do, like, what is it that is like, I mean, it's generally, it would be nice if SceneGraph did this thing that I want it to do. I need to spend a bit more time. I did want to spend more time working on SceneGraph, but I'm not currently like in the repo very much. So I need to like reacquaint myself a bit more with it. But I think I had a scan through it last week. It's not too bad. So what I want is a way to copy these, paste them, and have the metadata just go across to the other one. So I guess I just have to take all the nodes and then the map that they had come from, and then do an operation at the end on the paste that says, hey, like, see all these nodes? Give them to me. And delete them from you. That's pretty much what I have to do. And what's important here is that the scene meta files these belong to, these are mine. These just live in the project. And they probably shouldn't. This is another thing that I haven't solved, but could be costly if I don't solve them properly. Scene meta files probably shouldn't live. They're based on a node in a map, so they should be bound to the map that they belong to. Otherwise, there's no point having them be custom. Anyway, that's not a huge deal. So I guess I could just keep going with these until they're all over here. I mean, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Do I just do that boring task right now until it's done? I guess so. It's not a meaningful task. Maybe I could delete the ones that I don't think are necessary or reappropriate them. Like, this is nothing. What's the point of this scene? So like this scene meta file is still here, but I don't want any of it. So how do I delete it from everything? This is what I'm concerned about. It's like there are so many metadata files. Moonlighter? No inspiration there. Like if I delete the scene, what did I just do? Oh, I just saved the current scene. That was so dumb what I just did. That might take ages to fix. I think it's doing snapshots for every single scene that I have in the graph. Anyway, what are you guys up to? This is going to take a bit. Developing. Developers. I miss Steve Ballmer. Anybody else miss Steve Ballmer? Hey Arya, I really wanted to be at Bit Summit and I couldn't do it. I couldn't justify it this year. I was desperate to, but I just don't have the budget. Nah, probably not. I think I just need to keep my head down. Money's a bit tight. I just need to make sure I'm working hard and making progress. Oh, you can do a jam this year. That's pretty cool. Very nice. Bro, where are we up to here? It's doing like a scene every 3 seconds. 2 seconds. So at 120 scenes, it should take us 4 minutes to get through all of these. PAX? Maybe. Probably not GCAP, although I had a really good time at GCAP. Collaborative jam. It's tough. I have like a lot of there are so many people who ask to do jams with me locally, friends from the internet, and obviously the viewers. And I don't do enough jams to satisfy my solo interests, let alone enough jams to do them with all the different groups of people that I'd love to do jams with. And it sucks because I really enjoy doing jams. I would love to not have this project, just not actually speaking, but like part of me would love to just do jams all the time. Just spend a week at a time doing cool concepts for games and maybe picking one at a time and spending 6 months on it. That period of time where we made Arrowbound, I learned so much and I did so much cool stuff. Or even, what's it called? Even Throneless. Like I would even go back to those projects. I had fun. I had a lot of fun doing those. There's nothing stopping me from, well, except for Insignia, but emotionally, I could do it. It's just like a very different. The problem is I can't cash out on Insignia until it's done. You know, if it didn't cost me anything to just like spend a year doing something like a bunch of small games, I would just do them. Yeah, that's right, Gouda. We're doing it. We're making the game. Please be done. I think we're almost done. I made such a mistake. I pressed a button that I shouldn't have pressed. I can't believe we're not finished yet. Anyway, it'll stop eventually. Six years. We've been almost done for 4.5. Yeah. That's the thing. You need to, at some point, be where I am, where you go, I'm tired of making the circle wider. It needs to start getting narrower. You know, it just, I don't have any more. I'm tired, boss. I don't have any more interest in this project as a, what's the word? Experimentation thing. You know, Like, I think for a long time, even 6 months ago, I would say, I was still in a headspace of like, this game could be this. This game could be that. Or what if we added this to the game? Not in like a necessarily like just add anything, but just from like a, we have this problem, the game's not solving this thing very well. Maybe we could do this to fix that. Hey, we're done. I think for me, that was like, one sec. Yes, that's right. Exactly. Yeah, see, like, I've still got the snapshots. I've still got the thumbnails. Can I just delete them? What is this object? Texture 2D. Can I just do that and everything's fine? This is why I'm scared to just make a bunch of scenes. Because there's just... I don't know what will break. I don't know what is dependent. It looks fine. I don't think anything broke. Wait, did I just, oh, please don't. Okay, good. And then like the build settings, like does it exist here even though I deleted it? I mean, it can't be. It's not in the scene. Wait, there's orange set excavation. But was it Athenium? What? I thought I deleted this literally just now. How do I delete this? I guess it can't delete them. Wait a second. Insignia graph, scene graph screenshots. Oh, this is actually not, it doesn't exist anymore. Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. This screenshot container. How does it know where that is? So hang on a second. If I add a random scene to this, for example, from back catalog graph, if I re-add Orenstead excavation, where does this get saved? Not in this file. Because if I click on it, dude. How did I just do this? What the heck? Oh, I'm in the scene meta file. So where is this? Where's the path of this? This isn't any of those. Where is this file? I literally don't know where it is. There would be probably one missing now. But there isn't one. Sorry, pals. The fact that there's no way to search this also sucks. I have no idea then. I have no idea. It's clearly looking at something. It has data that it's loaded. So I'm going to add a button to it. All right. See, this sucks. This was created with a different name called Orenstead Crucible. The scene is called Orenstead Excavation. Again, the same problem. There's coupling issues. Where like this metadata file, I don't even know if like technically it should like exist as a free floating asset like this. Like I made it a scriptable object, but maybe it should be just like a child of the, I don't know, of something else. Did the IDE copy that method from somewhere else, or was it just unholy text prediction? What do you mean? It did that. That was the autocomplete being like really good. Not unholy, holy. It's correct. The problem is that the name of this is wrong. The file, the architecture of how I create these. Yeah. Even if you don't want to do like prompting, autocomplete is insane these days. Just based on the name of this function, it understood the context and gave me it. And I just pressed tab to say yes. It's good stuff. So the issue here is that I think this should just auto rename itself when inspected, maybe. Watch this. Hey, null pointer games. Always closer, but never close. So if we have created this correctly, then as soon as this compiles, we'll see this change its name correctly to be correct. Nope. Maybe on focus is not. Wait, what happened to that? Oh, that's that's not on focus. Oh, it's focused. Okay, it does get that far. Interesting. Current scene meta is the meta. Weird. What is the dot name variable here? In object.name. So hang on. Explain to me something. It's crazy slow these days. It used to be way faster than this. A little bit chunkier, but that's all right. There we go. That's better. All right. Well, I've done a bunch of 700 files worth of I don't know what the hell. Well, the problem is that like it doesn't this name is not it doesn't mean anything. This title means nothing. The only thing that means anything is this GUID, which is the scene that it is bound to. Ultimately, like, I don't really care what it's called, except for the fact that it's sitting there in the hierarchy. And I can't find it. If I create one of these things, it takes on the name of the scene that it represents. If I change the name of the scene, suddenly this has a name for the old name of the scene. So if I delete the scene from the project, now I can't automatically delete this thing because I don't even know that this thing is bound to that thing. That's what's not good about this. Is that it's not sitting, you know, it's like having a tree. This is the problem I have. I have a bunch of data sitting in the project directory in different fashions, different ways. And what you expect to happen when you cut off a branch of a tree is that everything gets deleted with it. But what's happening is that this is getting deleted, but this is all still here in the scene, in the project. There probably should be. But I guess it's less about the keeping track of and more about in the delete operation, traverse that tree and delete all the things that are attached to it. Well, that's right. I mean, I'm not even searching by string. I'm doing nothing right now. I'm just doing nothing. I'm just deleting the asset from the project. So like asset cleaner. No, it's not really about asset. It's more about not creating the mess in the first place. So this scene here, if I want to retire it, if I say, I don't want you anymore, right now, I don't have any code designed to go, okay, what's attached to this? What needs to get deleted? That's the problem. I could find it. It's not hard. It's just that I don't have like a delete operation that I'm using to do that. It is clunky. And it's not so much a clunky solution as there isn't one yet. Yeah. Well, it doesn't serve because I'm paranoid of doing any more work on the game because I don't want to make more mess. So maybe I need to do a better job. Right now I have this thing called Scene Instance Collection, which has a dictionary of the GUIDs of a scene and all of the scene meta files. So there is a data structure that does manage it. It's just not really like observing for anything. Observing. So like these 42 references. No, I do mean Unity scene. I have scenes and I have an object called a scene meta, which is a bunch of metadata that's attached to the scene, but it's its own scriptable object. And the crazy part is that it used to be that a scene meta lived inside of the scene as just an object. But the problem was I wanted to be able to traverse it before I went into the scene. I wanted to know, like, hey, is the scene I'm about to go into is the scene that I'm about to go into, does it have the same music as the scene that I am playing right now? In which case, don't change the music, for example. That's still good. It's all really good. I'm just not managing these things currently, other than putting them in a big dictionary. Yeah, a lot of this is pretty old code. It's not very robust. I mean, some of the oldest code is from 2017. I don't know why I don't have a custom editor for this. I think I do have a custom editor, but I went from editing the collection to editing the individual assets, and now the collection doesn't have an inspector for it. So maybe we can make one. Is it capital E? I think it is. That's a doozy of a name. I don't think that's how that works. Let's say I have a scriptable object. What's an example of one? Event sequence editor is an inspector, right? Yeah. Cool. All right. So now we can start doing some stuff. I think what I want is for the scene instance inspector. Sequence instance. No. The scene meta window. This has all the stuff that we need to have. So remove broken reference. There's this, all of this stuff is wrong. Yeah. Okay. This. Draw import meta button. I don't know about that yet, but at least. I think all of this stuff. Goes here. Yo. Hey, go into the inkwell. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Okay. Yo, thanks for the follow. Cool. All right, well, maybe that'll work. Don't think we need this. Okay. Lots of errors, that's always fun. A bunch of hot reload stuff, not a big deal. This could be a problem. I mean, we're seeing it. It's here. Drawing one missing references, and then we get nothing. What is this missing reference supposed to be? Let's have a look. I'm so confused by that. Hey, Hemboklu. Welcome. Good to see you. I don't think we need this. I don't even understand what it is. It's null. Dude, what the hell? Oh, I see. It's a concurrent issue here. I would say I want to list them all first. What the heck? That doesn't even make sense. Hey, Naib Sirix. Naib? Is that a better way to describe your name? How much should I gate in my demo? Too much rather than too little? 5 hours of whoa, dude! 5 hours of content in a demo is huge. Yeah, you might, for a roguelike deck builder, you might be giving away too much at 5 hours. Unless like it's one of those sort of like shareware situations where people get like a pretty decent way in and then you pull the game away from them and you go, oh, you got to pay for it if you want more. But if they can have like a good experience with just that 5 hours, I would try to cut it down substantially. Well, then it's not 5 hours of content, I guess, at that point. If it's like, are you letting people do a full run? I would say like the demo's job should be to give people a taste of the vertical slice. The vertical slice in your game is one run. So how long is a run? Imagine someone gives you a game and you get 5 hours out of it for free. 40 minutes to an hour. And what changes over the game, over additional runs? Like why can't that player who plays the demo play like 50 runs of the demo run? There is no meta? Wait, so then what's the difference between the demo and the full game at that point? If there's no difference between the runs, the full game has an endless mode and another 10 stages. I mean, I don't really know your game, but if it's clear that like what they're playing is obviously like less than what it should be, then I think it's okay. But if a player can sort of trick themselves into thinking that they might as well be playing the full game, if they can get a satisfying experience, Yeah, like if this was Balatro, let's just hypothetically say that. Balatro has 150 jokers. If like more than 40 of them are in the demo, that's a lot. That's a lot of content you're giving away. Like how many jokers do you think the player should have access to? Yes, you should 100%. Right. So you have 150 and you're letting them play 150. Like you're giving them full access to the full deck of stuff in the game. Nah, man. No. You got to say, here's 40 and here's 110 locked slots that you can get if you get the full game. You want to convert these people. You don't want them to have the full experience for free. Maybe you could show them like on hover. There might be some information. But I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I get what you mean. Like, look, when I play Balatro, like there are things that I discover in the roguelike aspects of just playing the game and unlocking things that it feels good to do that. And if I didn't have those things the first time I played the game's actually kind of less fun without all the deck. I get it. But I think your goal, oh man, that's a tough one. It's not something that I'd be that comfortable speculating about. I really think like you need to find whatever it is in your game that where the player goes, it's the point where the player goes, I think I'm just getting the hang of this. I think I'm really excited to play the next, and then you stop. That's where a demo should end. Of like, the point where they care the most, but have done the least. That's where you end the demo. If they get everything they could ever want and they stop caring because they've played the whole game, that your demo is too long. If they're not sold on the game because there's not enough content, then the demo is too short. So you got to find the balance point there. And it's tough. Like my game doesn't like come into its full bloom kind of thing until like the third or fourth hour, in my opinion. So do I give him 3 or 4, or do I give him what I had to do in 2023 was basically say, if the game's not fun until hour 4, I need to put things from hour 4 into hour 1. I need to pull it and condense it so that you get a representative experience in less time. Yeah. Maybe play some demos for other roguelikes that are similar size to yours and see how similar they are. Maybe go play the Balatro demo if that's still available. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just speculating, so I don't know the answer to these questions. This is a key value pair of string scene meta. How can this be possible? Do I have like broken records here? I don't. Oh, there it is, missing. Can you not? Cool, it's gone. All right. So Sweep the project for all scene files. Compare all scene meta files to see if their GUID is there. For each orphan meta GUIDs, remove the GUID. For each GUID and orphan meta GUIDs, remove the meta. For each delete asset, set dirty, set it. Okay. Okay, so this should probably do on enable. We should not show this button unless there are any to delete. Hello, Tested Gears. How's it going? Cool. So let's do this. This is ads. Oops, I didn't commit that. Okay. So let's say hypothetically I just delete or insert excavation. I just delete it. I'm here and I press delete and I say bye-bye. And I go scene, instance collection. Yeah, I can do that. And then I can delete one orphaned meta. And then it's gone. Okay, still there. Alrighty. I'm still not happy with this. There's a lot of junk in the project. So the back catalog graph and this both have this scene. If I delete it from this one, that's fine. I'm gonna have to get more comfortable with editing scene graph. The problem is that it's I don't have. I think I can push to the repo, but I'm not managing the repo. In any case, if I go to a level and I go to scene meta, for let's say this scene, this is what I expect to see. Okay, that can go. This can stay. This can start up here. Not at the very top though, after the preview. I prefer it at the bottom. Oops. Yep. Okay, and then I can go to, oh, what's happening here? Whoa, 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 what is all this? Okay, just in that one level then? What the heck is going on? That's weird. Enjoy. I'm not a fan of that sound, I don't think. A little glassy for my tastes. What do you think, chat? Yeah. Yeah, I don't love it. Yeah, I know, I agree. That's how I feel. I feel like it's a little bit too, it's got like a sci-fi kind of thing about it that there's too much reverb, it's too glassy, too echoey. Before it was like, bloop, bloop. I liked it a lot. I really. Yeah, I think it used to be a little more like unrolling. And I liked that a lot more, I think. Dude, I've never seen the text do that before. What the hell? Did you just see that? The textures on the text was all wrong. That's so weird. Also, this guy's just saying the same thing over and over again. What the hell? She still has the text. What the heck? What have I done? Well, that's right. But then he just says the same second thing over and over again? Oh, that's not good. Must be a new bug. Grandpa, you keep repeating yourself. Ooh. The chicken. The chicken got poise broken. Or something did. The ball? No, it is the chicken. And the ball. How could the ball make that sound? Oh, it wasn't the ball. Wait. But I heard it again. What the heck? Come back. Okay, well, they're not doing it anymore. I don't really use it much, but I probably use it more than I used to. Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay. I have so much work to do here. I think I just have to spend a bit more time. For me to do this task properly, I have some other tasks I need to do first. So let's write them down. Make managing new scenes and deleting old ones much faster. And that's basically it. It's tough. I need like a scene clean. I work in web dev, and currently AI can do so much; it gives a huge advantage. But I didn't start using it on my game project. Yeah, I find with games it's a little harder to get as much value out of it. I'm sure with web dev it's like insane, but it's still pretty good for game dev. Like it's not nothing. All right, managing new scenes is always much faster. So maybe it's like some editor function that tracks all of the files relating to a single scene. So it's the scene asset, it's the scene meta, it's the screenshot. It's not a bad way to use it, Faulty. AI is God. Okay. And then it's make sequences much easier to put into new scenes. Prefab's not a bad idea. It's just this managed instancing that I'm a little bit scared of. Because now I'll have event sequence. Hey, Zoxaresta. I'll have timeline. I'll have quest flag. And I'll have prefab. I'm planning for the next little phase of my games development. And these all have names, and it's very annoying. I guess manage inside event sequence editor. Yeah. So I think it's like for this, I've got these here. Maybe what I want to do is I'm trying to sort of like automate workflows here. And this like create in scene button is pretty, it's like some of it. But there's like a whole flow here of things I'd want to go click, 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 click. Or just like one click and it just does it all of it. This is pretty good. This idea of like, hey, update the timeline tracks based on the current dialogue. It's like, it knows that I can add dependencies there. And if I remove this, like if I don't have a flag, it'll say, hey, do you want a new flag here since you don't have one? So that's good in that I can sort of like go down the line. Maybe this create in scene should be, maybe these two should go up to here and the properties should be just above characters. right there. That works. And then save. That's a bit better. So now this can all be a bit better. Then I can have this, maybe the save should go underneath the given quest flag. Right here. Hello? Oh, whoops. And then the create in this scene, I think should only really show up it's an interesting question. Should this be in every scene? I guess, like, should I be able to, if the current scene doesn't have the option to create this in the scene, should I give you the option to do that? Hey, I'm a rock. I'm a rock. Thank you so much for watching. Bless you. Okay. So then I think what I want to do is maybe have that button sit like over here on the right side of these things. Set create in scene. Okay. Is that how that works? It's GUI layout. It's not right. No good. There we go. Good. All right. Screen dot width. All right. Good. That doesn't work. And in fact, these might have to be at the bottom. Not sure. Maybe these could be a fold out. Good. Oh, you're welcome, I'm a rock. I got you. I think I gotta leave it here. Maybe if we go to like, I don't know, item get or something like that. No, there won't be any scene references there. I don't like that the create in scene button comes out only after that, although maybe that's for the best. What about Berta? She's got sequences that you'd see more than once. Yeah. I know, I think we want it above. Almost. I almost got it. Why doesn't that like that? Nope. What is happening right now? Still no good. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. And in fact, now, I don't even think we need this. They still kind of push it, but anyway. So those get closed by default. We're all good. And then what I'd like to do is have, when we say scene references, I want the count right up against it. There we go. I like that. 9. Good. So if we go to like, yeah, that's much better. And you know what? I have a feeling, a dark feeling, that I won't be able to optimize beyond this point. There's too many variables for how I want to set up NPCs to be able to put them in separate prefabs and then load them into a scene. It's more like an operation to add it into a scene rather than a hierarchy or like a... I don't think that this flow that I'm creating here leads to me pressing a button and creating a new scene and putting this cutscene in it. Because what if I have a scene that has multiple of these cutscenes featuring the same character in them? There are times when I would want that to be one NPC with lots of cutscenes, and there would be times when I would want the scene to be a standalone thing that includes that NPC. Maybe that's something I need to draw a distinction between. In any case, this has all become a lot tidier. So that's a good thing. Let's just update that. All right. I'll keep working tonight on it, maybe. Thank you, pals, for checking out the stream today. I hope you had a lot of fun. If you didn't see the pinned message, we have merch right now. How crazy is that? Check it out. Get your Insignia merch, t-shirts, hoodie, long sleeves. Get them now. Okay, outside of that, I can show you the webpage. Why don't I? Check this out. What? Killing it. We also have, of course, the game is available to wishlist on Steam. You can wishlist Insignia right now. If you haven't already, we also have a demo that you can play test. It's not 5 hours, but it's pretty long. It's about half that. All right. Thanks, pals. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I will catch you tomorrow for more Insignia Dev. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. Let's go.